Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our April ordinary meeting of Council. I've just had notification from Councillor Carl that he's not too far away. There's a little bit of traffic coming in from the north. So we will continue the meeting, start the meeting, and we won't need to record Bill as an apology. We'll get to that when we get to it. So welcome to all of you who've joined us in the room and also online, as this meeting is live streamed. I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, Jarrawa and Bigabal peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first peoples. Councillors, this Saturday, of course, a significant day with Anzac Day, and in fact leading through the tail end of this week. A lot of services that councillors will be attending, and I'm sure the community acknowledge and appreciate your attendance at those. Just by way of sheer numbers of volunteers involved in putting on Anzac Day commemoration services, there's 28 services across our region that will be held on Saturday alone, and there's a number of school services that will be held from Thursday and Friday. So 28 services on Saturday with 19 locations, and our councillors will be attending, if not all, very close to all, which is fantastic, and I'm sure the community will appreciate that because there is a heck of a lot of work, as you all know, bringing together community events of any scale. And when we talk Anzac Day, it has an extra level of involvement from community. So thank you to all those community members. And in doing so, this morning, councillors, I'd like to read the Veterans Covenant, of which many councillors will be reading over the next week. And it reads as follows: "We, the people of Australia, respect and give thanks to all who have served in our Defence Force and their families. We acknowledge the unique nature of military service and the sacrifice demanded of all who commit to defend our nation. We undertake to preserve the memory and deeds of all who have served and promise to welcome, embrace and support all military veterans as respected and valued members of our community. For what they have done, this we will do." So councillors, again, thank you for your participation both Thursday, Friday and of course Saturday with Anzac Day. Two other very quick things I would like to mention because it's transpired since our last meeting, and that is, of course, the devastation of PCYC Toowoomba. And I wanted to publicly thank the community for the way in which they've wrapped their arms around PCYC and offered venues and support. And one thing that has become quite evident is the enormous contribution that PCYC Toowoomba makes to our community and has done in that location for over 50 years. And I know council officers, council staff have been working in step with PCYC officers to ensure they continue the great work that they do. And I wanted to acknowledge our staff by the way in which they've supported that, councillors. And great to see the PCYC markets back up and running. It's such an important part of our culture, in fact, of a Sunday morning, has been for so long. So thank you to all of those who've supported PCYC Toowoomba, and of course they will be one of two beneficiaries at the Mayoral Prayer Breakfast on 12 May, PCYC Toowoomba and the Toowoomba Hospice. So we're very much looking forward to that as well. So councillors, we move then to reception of deputation and delegation, of which there are none today. Then we go to the attendance, which is item number 3, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence, declaration of conflicts of interest. We don't have any apologies, and I reinforce my comments at the start in regard to Councillor Carl. He would not be too far away, so we'd be no need to record him as an apology at this point. We do note a leave of absence from Councillor Kerry Shine, and there's no resolution required. However, councillors, this is your opportunity now, if you do seek a granting of leave of absence, in order to do that at this point. Does anyone have at this time? If not, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest, none have been received. Morning, Councillor Carl. None have been received. Again, as we mentioned at each of our statutory meetings, if there is something that crops up that you or someone else may have a conflict, please raise it at that time. So, councillors, we move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council on the 17th of March. Everyone was present. The motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 17 March 2026 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We move then to the second confirmation of minutes, which is the special meeting of council on the 14th of April 2026. Everyone was present. And the motion before us is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 14 April 2026 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, move to item number 5, which is the business arising of minutes of previous meetings. Is there any business arising? If there's no business arising, we'll move to item number 6, which is the presentation of petitions. I haven't been notified of any petitions at this point. If anyone has any petitions. If not, we'll move to item 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice, otherwise referred to as a mayoral minute, of which there is none today. We move then to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports, which were from last week. The first of which is item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee, of which there were 2 substantive items. Number 3, which was the local government infrastructure designation for the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct, and item number 4, which was the assessment of the change of application of a material change of use, intensive horticulture blueberry farm. Councillors, would anyone like to pull out either of those items? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies for my voice today. Try my best. I'd like to pull out item number 3, please.
Item number 3, the old JID. Yes, thank you. Any other items? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to pull out item number 4. No need for any discussion. I just want the opportunity to vote against it. Thank you.
Certainly, no problem. Well, Councillor Melissa, will pull out item number 3 first. So is there something in item number 3 you'd like to raise?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this is a question, thank you, GM Ed, but it may be more for GM Nick. But I can't see GM Nick in the room. Thank you.
If we can't get the answer that Ed can offer, then I'm more than happy to put this on the table, just let it hold over until Nikki's here and we'll go to the next item.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So do you want me to ask GM Ed? Thank you. So GM Ed, thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I may, and it's probably just trying to understand some of the information in the report and where it's come from. So I'd like to, there's been discussion about 13 ovals short in our region, or in Toowoomba at least, and I just would like to understand where this information has come from. The other question is, what modelling has been done around Charlton, around these sports clubs going out to Charlton? Have we had commitment from sporting clubs? And also, I understand from discussions I've had that the volunteers that volunteer at the sports clubs are expressing difficulty in going out to Charlton. So I just wanted to understand what sort of consultation we've had with sporting clubs re that. And the other thing I'd like to understand too is what modelling has been done around repurposing of the current sports grounds if the sporting clubs do go out to Charlton. What modelling has been done around that land? Thank you.
Nick, your timing is just about perfect, I would say. There were a couple at the start that you may not have heard. And so the first one, Councillor Melissa, was around the 13 ovals short and where that information has come from.
Thank you.
First question. So if we deal with that one first, and then we'll deal with each one one by one.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Nick. This is in regard to the Toowoomba Region Sports Park or Precinct.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Apologies for my delayed attendance. I'm probably trying to interpret the question as I missed it, but something about 13 ovals short.
So, Nick, thank you, Nick. Sorry, GM Nick. My apologies. We've, in discussions around the precinct, there's been discussions that the Toowoomba area is 13 ovals short, and hence the reason for the precinct. I'm just trying to understand where that information came from, because I'm not aware of a report that I'm hoping I haven't missed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. The 13 oval short and shortage of sporting fields that you're hearing about is all driven out of our strategic planning, which is held in both the Open Space Network strategy and also our Sport and Active Recreation Healthy Living Plan. So it's driven by desired standards of service around number of fields per 1,000 population. So that's where the demand is identified and drives from.
Thank you for that. My other question is, I was wanting to know what modelling has been done around the sports clubs giving a commitment to go out to Charlton. Have we consulted with them, and have we got a commitment from the sports clubs to go out to the precinct? And also, in with that, with conversations with volunteers, I'm of the understanding that they would find it difficult to get out to the precinct. So I'm just wondering what modelling has been done, and do we have a commitment from the clubs to actually be situated at the precinct?
Thank you. There's been copious amounts of consultation with local sporting clubs and sporting users, and in terms of commitment, there's certainly an understanding that this is Council's solution to the provision of sporting infrastructure, and an understanding that that this is where it will be provided. And I caught the end of the last part of your question, which was around planning for the reuse or the continued use of existing facilities. So I guess the ultimate makeup of who is relocated or who locates at Charlton and who stays in their current facilities is yet to be determined, but our strategic planning identifies a shortfall and the gap in provision of facilities. We're planning for the provision of those facilities, and we'll work with those sporting clubs. I think that there'll be plenty of clubs that put their hands up for brand new state-of-the-art facilities at Charlton, and they will make that work for their sports. And leading into that second question then, the detailed planning around the reuse or continued use of existing facilities will come at the appropriate time once we work through those relocation arrangements.
I look forward to exploring that further, GM Nick, because it is a major concern of mine, is the commitment to the clubs, because having discussions with different clubs, they have long-term leases and are very situated where they are currently. So it's a very big move, and particularly for families to go in and out of the precinct, and volunteers as well. And we all know the volunteer base is ageing, so it's quite a big commitment for young families and volunteers to go out regularly. And then also as to what happens to the land that is currently being used. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Mr. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just if I can I just want to add a small amount to that, then I'm happy to actually move it if there's no further questions. I thank Councillor Melissa for raising those questions, because it's important that they're put on the table, because it's what we're hearing, and it's really important to hear the explanation around it as well. And I think the key thing we have to remember around why we're doing this and why we know the importance of this is our strategic planning, and that SAL plan showcased, one, the growth obviously that's needed in our sporting fields, but two, the overuse in some capacity of the fields that we currently have. And at the end of the day, to be able to cater for our growing community for sport, for recreation, for whatever that facility can provide for this community, it requires a lot of space. And to find that lot of space is where we've found it there. So, but I think it is important that this is on the record and we're having this conversation, because a community needs to know that we're committed to this project, and we would love to have built it yesterday, but the financial situations and the strains and the responsibilities that we have has caused where we sit. But it's oh so important, and for the clubs and they're out there. At the end of the day, as I said, this facility is going to be something that's of great use to our community. So I'm happy to move.
Moved by Councillor James. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Tim. The motion before you is the council, in accordance with section 37 and 38 of Planning Act 2016, make and adopt 01/2026, the local government infrastructure designation for the Toowoomba Region Sports Park. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Those against? Would you like your vote recorded, Councillor Melissa? Okay, we'll record that, Deanne, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. So then we move to the second item. Thanks very much, GM Nick, which is item number 4. And Councillor Carroll, you indicated you simply wanted to record your vote against this motion.
Mr Mayor, I would like to make a comment on that, if I might. Thank you.
Yep, certainly.
On that. Thank you. I'm not wanting to get into debate with it, but I have sent emails off what is the level of responsibility by the state government and us when we know that the vehicles coming out of this facility are turning right over double lines in a 100k an hour zone, and I myself have nearly been cleaned up coming out of there, and they're actually still doing this 3 years after it was brought to our attention and to TMR's attention. And I've actually sent internal emails and I have received no reply. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor
Other than
Carroll.
that, I just want to
Take that
vote
as
against the extension for the packing shed. Thank you.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. Good morning. Since we're making comments, and I'm happy to move the committee recommendation, but I must say that this is us going out on a limb, or me going out on a limb, and turning around and really taking the mickey. And I really need to say on record that we're doing a good thing here, and I couldn't care less about when you build your packing shed, but absolutely we should be refusing the conditions that you don't want to seal the road. And whoever put the timeline on there, I thank you for doing that, because we need to stop cars turning off a 100k zone off the highway. And so we've refused your requirement to not seal Perkins Flat Road, and that the construction of the roadworks aren't constructed prior to happening. We've got 30 employees in peak season turning off the highway, and the sooner we get this back road done, the better. When you do a development in Toowoomba region, you've got to stick to the conditions. So I'm happy to remove that.
Comfortable to move? Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bill. We'll go to the vote. I need to go into debate, sorry. Councillor Rebecca?
A point of order, just in that Councillor Taylor asked a question through you, Chair, and I don't believe it was answered, about the responsibilities of TMR and Council in regard to the safety concerns that have been raised.
Well, okay. Well, I'm happy to revisit that. I thought Councillor Carroll said it's more a comment, so I took that as a comment.
No, Mr Mayor, it's actually a question, because I've sent it several times internally, have received no answer. And it's not just cars that are turning, I might tell you, that remembering there's been 2 crops already harvested off this business. Thank you.
Okay. CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Taylor, have you forwarded that request to me? Okay, well then apologies if I haven't responded, but if it's a manoeuvre across a double line, that's not a TMR issue or a council issue, that's a police issue, because that's failure to abide. So we can ask police to manoeuvre that. There are steps in play to address this matter, which is before us in your decisions, but we'll have a chat to police to ensure that they ensure that the vehicles in that location are abiding by road rules. I'll ask GM Marie to have a look at your request, and we'll come back to you in pace.
And thank you, because who's going to sit out there and police it? But you only have to look at the road to see what's happening, because the marks are all over the road. And I do understand it's a police issue, but you have to understand with the life concerned, we need to play our role as well. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we're going to move in Councillor Tim, second to Councillor Bill. Any need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Would you like your vote recorded, Councillor Carroll? Thank you. Good on you. Thank you, Ed. Councillors, will then move to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There were no substantive items in that committee last week. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 14 April 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We then move to 8.3, councillors, which is the Infrastructure Committee, of which there was one substantive item, which is item number 3, walking network plans for Pittsworth and Westbrook. Would anyone like to pull that out? Councillor Carroll? Okay, well, we'll go to the motion. Councillor Tim, you'd like to pull it out? Thank you. I'll go to you then.
Chair, thank you. I just do have a question on that, and I'm sure it was answered, but I'd like to revisit it. This is for Pittsworth and Westbrook. If I read the report, these are great reports, great walking plans. The high and medium priorities for each town are between $33 to $35 million. That's only the high and medium, take out the low. So we do this for every town in Toowoomba region, which I believe we are going to. There's $70 million here for 2. And when I've read the report, it says, yeah, we'll fund it here through TMR and through developer contributions. I can't imagine developer contributions doing too much of it. And I know TMR, we get grants every now and then, but just around how we're going to fund the high and medium priorities at this amount and when we do it for every town. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We covered at the ordinary that there's an exercise about to start now where we bring all of this together with our footpath network development plan and then prioritise across the region. One of the things about these estimates is they're very high level and there's a lot of risk built into them because there's been no engineering rigour applied to them. So we're expecting some may go up, some may go down, but there's a whole exercise about to start where we look at footpath requests, the plan we already have, and then these new network plans to bring it all together to give a coherent approach.
Thank you, Marie. And your Okies, Yarramans, etc. Well, we Crow's Nest, every other town. Are we going to be doing them? Is there a timeline for them?
They're not planned at this stage. We've done the ones we've done, the 5 based on TMR grants. But as we start bringing the information together, we'll start looking at what's next, how it's appropriate, what other information we can pull together.
Thank you. Do you want to move?
Councillor Carroll, did you want to move this item?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Happy
And
for you to
Oakey
move
has
it.
already been done, so that's one of the 5. Thank you.
Sure.
Happy to move this. And realising it is high level, it's a strategy and there's a lot of work to be done, but it just tells us when we can pick pieces off it as has been prioritised. Happy to move it. Thank you. And thank
Okay.
the staff for the work done on it. Thank you.
Fine. I'll go for a second and then I'll take a question. Seconded by Tim. Councillor Trevor, you did have a question, so it's on the table now.
Thanks, Mayor. Just relates to Westbrook. Obviously, there's a new school being built out there. Are there any parameters around that to incorporate footpaths linking Westbrook itself that they pay for instead of us paying for?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, there will be requirements through that development application to ensure that the school does provide the appropriate linkages.
We've got a mover in Councillor Carroll, seconded Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Marie. Councillors, we'll move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment Community Committee, of which there was one substantive item, which was in confidential, disposal of surplus property. Would anyone like to pull out that item? Councillor Rebecca.
It is the season, so yes, please, Mayor, I'll pull out that item.
So
Thank you.
therefore, if it's something that needs a discussion in confidential, we will then ask for someone to move to go into confidential. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconder. Councillor Trevor, those in favour? Yep, hang on a minute. We're going to vote for this. This is to move into confidential. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. So we're going to close. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we're back online now. The motion before us, I don't wish to proceed to read all of that out. It's the same as the committee recommendation last week, moved by Councillor Trevor. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Tim. Any need to go into debate? Can't anyway. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. It's a confidential item, Trevor, so discussions get taken in confidential. Councillors, we move then to item number 8.5, which is Corporate Services Committee. There was one substantive item, which is item number 3, 2026-27, Register of Fees and Charges. Anyone would like to pull that out? If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 14 April 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. So I'll move by Councillor James, second of Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to Economic Development Committee, of which there was no substantive item. The motion, therefore, is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 14 April 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We then move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement, and welcome General Manager Anne-Marie to come forward. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of March. So this is an end of quarter reporting period. So the additional reports that have been included are the sustainability statement and the capital works summary report. The first attachment is the consolidated financial performance statement. And this statement indicates that Council is tracking to budget with all components of the consolidated financial performance statement with the exception of capital. Operating income currently tracking with a positive variance 15.9 million or 4%. Operating expenditure at positive variance 8.5 million or 3%. Capital income again favourable 1.1 million or 2%. And capital expenditure tracking unfavourably with a variance of 27.5 million or 21%. At the February ordinary meeting, we presented a reforecast to the 30th of June. And the reforecast indicated a shift from the $1 million operating surplus that was adopted as part of the original budget to a surplus of 5.5 million, so a favourable shift. So at the May ordinary meeting, we will bring you another reforecast. And that new reforecast will just look at where we're tracking year to date, but also local and global impacts on our operating and how that will impact that forecast. At this point in time, with everything that is going on, we're still envisaged to have an operating surplus at the 30th of June, and we bring you additional details around that. The other attachments today are the consolidated financial performance statements for business units, key capital projects by group, the disaster recovery funding arrangements report, and also we've attached the sustainability statement, which is attachment 4 to the reports today. So this statement is subject to audit every year as part of the audit of the annual financial statements. This statement indicates that Toowoomba Regional Council is performing well against the 9 ratios, with the exception of the asset sustainability ratio. So we often discuss this particular ratio. We've got a target of 60%. The year-to-date figure is 24.6, so well below that target. But this is as a result of necessary expenditure on upgrade and new capital works to support a growing community. That indication, if you note the 5-year figure, which is also audited, is within the target range. So the long-term financial forecast, which is our main lead indicator, was last adopted when we adopted the annual budget. And that report indicated that that asset sustainability ratio would move back within the target range over the life of that long-term forecast, so over the 10-year period. We've also attached the monthly investment report as a confidential document. And it should be noted that rates issued on the 6th of February were due on the 11th of March. And I can report that overall outstanding rates and charges are tracking very well in line with this same period last year. So 6.4% remain outstanding. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, GM Anne-Marie, for your report. A comment first, if I may, and then a question. I just want to congratulate you and your team and TRC on being grouped in the top 5 councils in Queensland. So top 5 out of 77 councils in Queensland for the best performing councils in Queensland. For our financial sustainability, I think is outstanding, particularly in today's environment. So thank you for all the work that you and your team do in that area. Well done. One question, and you may have to take this on notice, but I just would like to request a figure on how much Toowoomba Regional Council expends annually on the Rabbit Board, John Dairy and Woolshed, Empire Theatre, the maintenance of the Civic Building and rent on other offices in the CBD, and the aerodrome. Each of those entities, I believe, are in excess of $600,000 annually, and Tisby as well, please to add to that list. I believe the Rabbit Board is approximately $750,000 a year, but I just would like some clarification on those entities, if I may. Thank you.
I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim, your question?
Only because I was next in line, 7:49 at 25:26. Well done. Precept, we don't get a say in it. Congratulations as well on so far a forecast surplus and for the attachment for current year sustainability statement. I was going to ask, we've had many conversations about our asset sustainability ratio and the impact when you build shiny new things on the asset sustainability ratio. And I'm very aware that in the 10-year plan, our asset sustainability ratio will pick up. I was wondering where forecast modelling for the big things on this council's horizon, such as Charlton Sports Park, Civic Building, Art Gallery, if I can throw that one in there on the horizon, what that does for the asset sustainability ratio, and if it's possible, should we have the finances that those items are constructed and our asset sustainability ratio continues to improve?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a really good question. So if we continue to renew our current infrastructure, we're not building for our community, and we're not sustaining growth within the community and lifestyle amenities. So the asset sustainability ratio can track really well if we just keep on renewing what we've already built, but that will not grow our region and grow our community.
Thanks. Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Trevor?
Thanks, Mayor. To you, GM Anne-Marie, we've got a fund set up where when we buy land, sell land, all that, what's the current amount in that? Can you let me know or not? Or?
Yeah, I have to take that one on notice. I think the last time I looked it was around 8 million, but every time we sell, as you said, when we sell land, it goes into when we sell assets, it goes into the development reserve, and those funds are used then for acquisition.
Okay, that'd be great if you get back to.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Emery, may not be a question for you, but I note the rate of consumption of infrastructure is a positive story at the moment in the sustainability charts, the index there. Do we have, or how long are those forecasts, or is that a status quo and history, or is there a lead indicator on that? Because I'd be interested to see how much we are consuming in catering for growth, and how the existing infrastructure, trunk infrastructure, has to connect with the new stuff that we build, and therefore our asset sustainability figures change and our depreciation and blah, blah, blah. So how far into the future are those projections? Given the volume of growth that is on the books now with subdivision development alone.
So our long-term financial forecast is a 10-year rolling forecast and linked to our asset management plans for each area. We prioritise our growth infrastructure when we're reviewing the capital budget, and I know we've ELT reviewed the draft of the 26-27 Capital Works programme, which will come to councillors in the coming weeks, and it clearly identifies in that report what infrastructure we are proposing for growth and what infrastructure is, and where we are renewing and upgrading current infrastructure. But 10-year is the long-term financial forecast, but in other operating areas, it is a much longer time frame.
Yeah, I get.
I'm happy to take that one on notice with details.
10-year financial forecasts, financial is the key word, has parameters around it, around what we can consider as renewal and what we consider as new. But I'm more interested in the inputs from the parts of council. At those points, how accurate are we in forecasting what that looks like, and how that may change within the next 5 years, given the pressures on, because someone's got to pay for growth. The sector building the growth, on average, contributes 40% in infrastructure charges.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm just wondering how accurate, or at what intervals are those accurately input into the financial forecasting?
So I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thanks.
Well, that will need a bit of crystal ball gazing, a fair bit in that one. Anyway.
Maybe just a comment through you, Mayor. Councillor Bill, in relation to your question, the 10-year forecast, anything outside of 3 years, you're not going to get any real certainty. Okay, so it is a forecast. In the current environment, with what's happening and the changing dynamics of everything, probably anything past 12 to 18 months is probably crystal balling at this point in time. What I can assure the room is that this is an active discussion around the ELT table at this point in time around what should that capital spend be and how we can manage the externalities that are putting pressure not only on this council but probably every council and everyone else in this country. What is becoming evident is the cost of construction will increase. The amount of what we deliver out of that funding envelope will probably be less. And anything past 5 years, I think, is genuine crystal balling. What we are intending to do is really look at what our parameters and how we feed those parameters into a model that actually is more robust. It is a rolling program, as Anne-Marie has said, so technically we get a chance to recalibrate. But in all honesty, anything past 3 is a guesstimate. It's an informed guesstimate. What we are endeavouring to do is ensure that that informed guesstimate is factored in all the activities that we are aware of. Where is CPI? What are the external pressures globally? What are the other costs to this organisation? What improvements in efficiency we can deliver and how we get that ratio. So we'll do more work on this, but I can assure you this is a very live discussion around the executive table.
Thanks very much, Sal, our CEO. Probably the nub of my question is that shorter period in making more accurate projections, giving the boardroom more informed information around how to prioritise what's ahead of us based on opportunity and threats. That's. I don't think we've got any choice. This is a short answer. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor James.
So thanks, Mayor. Mine was probably similar to where Councillor Carl was going, and CEO Sal probably answered it. So I'll probably ask it in a different way, or an understanding for us is, was mentioned before around our financial position and sitting, in that top 5, which again, as everyone has before me has said, that's a huge congratulations to the organisation and the way things are. So I guess my question is and Sal sort of touched on, with all those external pressures that hit and that are unforeseen, the fact that we sit where we sit, does that make us more nimble and better equipped to handle those shockwaves of turmoil?
It does.
Things like that?
What it helps do is absorb shocks when they come our way. We saw that with COVID a number of years ago. If we maintain a strong financial sustainable position when shocks such as what's happening locally and globally at the moment, COVID a couple of years ago, we have that resilience to absorb those financial shocks.
Yeah, thanks, Anne-Marie. And I'll just probably add any final thing I'll say with it is, again, similar to what Councillor Carl said. I mean, it really reinforces the importance of our priorities and what we have in place, because there's our process and forecasting, because there's a lot of external pressures that we can't forecast and never will.
Okay, if there's no more questions, councillors, the motion before you is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 March 2026 be received. So moved by Councillor Edwina, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. We'll move then to item number 10, which is the CEO's monthly report, and I'll hand over to you, Sal. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, councillors, and good morning, everyone online. I do have a few things this morning that I would like to probably share with the room, and probably leading on from that discussion around finances. One of the most notable and topical matter that probably is impacting all of us, and not just this organisation, but probably the globe at the moment, is the conflict around the Middle East. And what we are endeavouring to do is understand and be able to plan ahead what that particular implication will be. So as I mentioned, we are doing a fair amount of work in understanding what we can and can't control. In addition to the recent media release which we sent out, which outlined how Council is planning to continue to deliver on essential services, we're closely monitoring our fuel supplies to ensuring continuity of critical operations. Some of the most pertinent initiatives that are underway, which I will share with you, is the establishment of a whole of Council fuel response group focused on the preparedness, mutual support and consistent contractual approach and fuel conservation where possible. Implementation of dashboards to provide us with real-time visibility of fuel consumption, stock levels and location. While still being refined, these are starting to provide valuable input into our planning. Refinement of critical services framework to ensure alignment between service criticality, fuel usage and emergency response requirement. We've additionally asked our staff to consider what options are available within the current parameters of the organisation to assist in some of those matters as well. And we're also seeking ideas from our teams on how we can continue to conserve or reduce the reliance on fuel at this point in time and work more efficiently and effectively across the organisation. Council suppliers have also been contacted to advise them that Council's position on fuel surcharges and associated expectations, and we seek a collaborative approach to ensure that any charges applied are proportionate and appropriate. Furthermore, the Queensland Local Government Association of Queensland is advocating for Queensland councils to be granted essential user status under the Liquid Fuel Supply Act 1984 and the Federal Liquid Fuel Emergency Act to ensure that continued delivery of critical services should supply restrictions be imposed. TRC is really supportive of that motion and will ensure that we can continue to deliver essential services to our community. Mayor, in your report, you will make reference to the RAF submission. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the way that this submission came together. It was a highly collaborative effort across the organisation with planning, engineering, finance, economic development and cooperative teams working seamlessly towards a single outcome. That level of alignment doesn't happen by accident and reflects the maturity that the organisation is at. Importantly, this submission condenses years of strategic planning, technical investigations and infrastructure sequencing into an 8-week sprint The work wasn't new, but the discipline to bring it together at pace and at scale to a state-ready standard is worthy of noting, and some of the activities that I'm driving in ensuring that we can deliver a one TRC approach. We are in a competitive funding landscape, and the work that the organisation has done, I think, puts us in the forefront of the pack. Through this submission, Council is also deliberately positioning itself to be a reliable and credible funding partner that understands how to partner with the state to bring forward essential enabling infrastructure, manage risk and deliver outcomes that matter. If the submission is successful, the Southern Water Treatment Plant will fundamentally change the housing landscape for Toowoomba. It will bring critical trunk infrastructure, unlock land supply, support housing delivery at a scale that underpins long-term economic growth. Regardless of the outcome, this submission demonstrates that Council is ready, disciplined and proactive in responding to the housing challenges in and advocating for the region. I'd like to also just touch on the Queensland Government's waste strategy and the associated levy framework that's been delayed and is now expected to be released within the state budget in the second or third week of June. As it is in Council and the community's best interest for Council's waste strategy to align to the state framework, it is no longer appropriate for me to present the draft strategy to this chamber in May. Subject to the state strategy being released as anticipated, officers will finalise the alignment with Council's document, and I now plan to present Council's draft strategy at the July round of meetings. Further, councillors, after a successful parking workshop last week, as you are aware, we've now are working on refining the parking strategy to ensure alignment with the objectives that you have now all identified through that workshop. It is anticipated that this revised strategy will now be presented to the July round of meetings also. And on a good news story, I'd like to end. Councillors, as you would be aware, we have been progressing the development of Council's first Reconciliation Action Plan following the commitment noted by Council in 2022. Following early engagement and reflection, Council has been progressing the Reflect Reconciliation Action Plan, recognising the importance of establishing strong foundational focus on respect, listening and learning before progressing to more advanced RAP types. Councillors, you've previously been informed of progress, including updates provided during 2024 and further advice in 25 regarding the transition to a Reflect RAP approach. Since that time, work has continued to refine the draft plan. This has included engagement with traditional owners in late 25, development of artwork reflecting local stories and connection to place, and refinement of the draft Reflect RAP in line with Reconciliation Australia's framework. The draft Reflect Reconciliation Plan was submitted to Reconciliation Australia in February 2026. Feedback received in March was minor in nature and related primarily to timing references, terminology and governance wording. These matters have since been addressed and the plan was resubmitted in early April. Formal endorsement of the from Reconciliation Australia is now awaited. The Reflect RAP has been progressed through established internal governance arrangements and in accordance with Reconciliation Australia's framework. At this stage, the focus is on securing endorsement and preparing for implementation rather than formal council consideration. Once endorsement is received, council will consider the most appropriate approach to formally launch the Reflect RAP, including the timing, sequencing of internal-external communications. The intention is to produce a plan in a considered and culturally appropriate way, which aligns to its purposes and council's broader reconciliation journeys. Further updates will be provided as endorsement is confirmed and launch arrangements are finalised. Finally, Mayor, as you touched in your opening comments, the organisation continues to work with the PYC to ensure that a facility can be developed and replaced as soon as possible. End of my report.
Thanks. Thanks very much, CEO Sal. Any questions for Sal? If not, the motion before us then is that the CEO's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Then move to item number 11, councillors, which is the Mayor's monthly report, and we've heard from Sal in regard to the Residential Activation Fund, which is obviously a really important piece of our future, to be perfectly honest. $150 million we're seeking in the second round of the Residential Activation Fund. It is expected to unlock some 33,000 new dwellings. And part of that, of course, is delivering the new Southern Water Treatment Plant, providing essential services for housing and enabling the development industry to operate at scale and pace. Interestingly enough, the construction of the Southern Water Treatment Plant also helps secure drinking water distribution across the whole of the Toowoomba region, where that facility is available. Provide secure water supply to St Francis Catholic School, which is actually under a ministerial infrastructure designation, or a MID, through the Queensland Government. Provides resilient water treatment plant, treatment for Toowoomba Showgrounds Olympic and Paralympic venue, and immediately supports the opening of new growth fronts, delivering in excess of 4,000 homes. The important point I'd like to make here is that this investment, we talk about the Southern Water Treatment Plant and all things lead south. In actual fact, this residential activation fund will also help and support both new and urban infill. And when we look at the forecasted request or requirement for our shaping SEQ or SEQ plan, both are equally important. So to unlock land, obviously, in Westbrook, Cotswold Hills, which is not quite anywhere near Westbrook, Highfields, Maringadan West, Middle Ridge, Drayton and Gabonbar. So therefore, it's more than just the south. It actually takes the pressure off Mount Kynoch Water Treatment Plant as well. So that is probably the biggest grant application for us from a housing and housing strategy perspective that we have seen, and an opportunity for us. And obviously advocacy has been going on as well in regard to that, and the application is in, and endorse your comments, CEO Sal, and thank the team for the way in which they turned that around in such a quick pace. Councillors, the report is there for your viewing or reading, in fact. And in fact, for those that are watching online or in the room, there's an attachment which talks about the RAF, a 2-pager, which is very useful as a ready reckoner, if you like, of information in regard to what that is. More than happy to answer any questions. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report. This is for you to take on notice because I did not furnish you with this question. But in your report, there was communication about the moratorium on the CSG activities, and in particular a question about the resolution number 2. This resolution is dated 29th of November 2023. So I just would like you to take on notice a question of where are we at with this consideration, please. Thank you.
So, Councillor, are you referring to attachment 4 in this report?
Yes.
Okay, so attachment 4 was reinforcing a council decision and was put in the due date before the submission to the Queensland Government. There was no change, it was just simply reinforcing the council decision that was put in place. So there was actually nothing else other than, alerting the process of a council decision. There was nothing further.
So that council decision is just sitting on the books?
That council decision is the council decision.
So nothing else has happened since then?
Nothing else has happened, no. No. Does that answer, you said question on notice, but does that answer your question?
More or less. Thank you.
No, I want to make sure it does answer your question, because that is all that was to send through the council decision.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll take that under consideration. If I need further information, I'll ask for you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, no problems. Any other questions? Councillor Trevor?
Thanks, Mayor. Just going on from Councillor Melissa, but in a different context. Thank you for writing to the Deputy Premier, supporting agricultural land in our area, its sustainability in our area, and the protection of our ag land over whatever it may be, because we have got some of the best agricultural land in this state and in Australia and in the world, I'd say. So thanks for the letter. Hopefully they listen and support our farmers, whatever way they go. But to me, ag land comes number one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Really, it was a council decision, and it was just a simple case of making sure that was well known.
Yeah, and at least it went through to the submission part and all that.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to that? There'll be media release come out, I think today or tomorrow, from the Council of Mayors of South East Queensland, just talking about food in regard to the food systems that CSIRO have completed for the South East corner which includes us, and obviously that's a critical part of this. It came through the leveraging committee, of which I chair on behalf of ComSec. You will see some media come in and around that, and it's obviously clearly focused on Brisbane 32. However, it has that leveraging of looking at 32 as a catalyst for legacy into the future. And that talks about things such as freight, obviously what's grown, climate change, all those things that are important from a food systems perspective. So you'll see some media come out of that in the next 24 hours or so. If there's no more questions, the motion before us is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Just noting Councillor Bill out of the room now at that stage. Thank you, councillors. We'll then move to officers' report, or if you'd like to have a quick adjournment for 10 minutes, happy to do that. Move Councillor Tim. We'll adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 12, which is officer reports, and 12.1, which is the annual financial statements for Empire Theatres, Pty Ltd. Noting that this motion is that council note the certified financial statements for Empire Theatres, Pty Ltd. Councillor Rebecca.
I'm happy to move, Mayor, but I would like to make a comment.
Sure, I might just get a seconder first. Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Okay, well, let's go for a question first, and then we'll go for a final comments then. Happy to go comment first, yeah? Comment.
Thanks. So I refer to attachment 1 of that first item, 12.1, and notes number 2 and number 9. And I note, Chair, that these statements were prepared prior to the 30th of March. And on the 30th of March, the Toowoomba District Court received a guilty plea from a former employee and the sentencing. And I just want to, in noting and receiving these statements, thank the Queensland Police Service and the Crown Prosecutor for the work that they've done, and pay respect to them for the work that they've done in bringing this matter to a completion. And I think all of us have a very deep and profound appreciation for the Empire Theatre and what it does for our community. And long may that continue, and long may the enjoyment that we all get and the community gets from the Empire Theatre continue. And I know we're all looking forward to the tickets that we have for the rest of the year and supporting the Empire.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. A question? Councillor Melissa, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I very much echo Deputy Mayor's comments wholeheartedly and unreservedly. Thank you. Just a couple, if I may, to the CEO. CEO, 2 questions, if I may. What is the full impact on current retained earnings, reserves and cash flow for the Empire Theatre? Does this incident affect the Empire Theatre's solvency or operating capacity? And will future council contributions be required because of these losses? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa, and through you, Mayor. Councillor Mitchell, I'll have to probably take a couple of those on notice, if that's okay. In relation to council's ongoing contribution, that is something that we'll continue to review with the new board that now has been appointed, and thank you to the Chamber for appointing a highly skilled board last week. Those board members have now all accepted and commenced, which is great, and I look forward to working with them. We will work with them on the preparation of their forward budget to understand what likely impact there will be. In terms of ongoing, there is no implications to the ongoing activities of the theatre, but we'll again review that with the incoming board, and I'll come back to you on your first question. I'll take that one on note if that's okay.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim, question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. To the CEO, I mean, we're 2 months away from 25-26. Why are we being given 22, 23, 24, 25 now? Last 3 years in a row.
Probably a question more directed to the QAO, because noting that the QAO is the organisation that would have assessed these financial statements for the Empire Theatre, Councillor Tim. I think and I'll confirm this with Bailey, but it would stem to the complexities around the fraud matter and ensuring that the QAO had their financial reports correct and accurate. It was a matter that we were concerned on my appointment that these should have been done more promptly. I'm of the view that moving forward that this will now be a much cleaner presentation of these financial reports, but I would suggest that the complexities around what has occurred in the past has made it somewhat difficult to finalise these statements, and hence why you're getting them now.
Yeah, thank you for that. Another few, if I can refer to attachment 2, which is 23-24, and that's the year this was found, and I note there are note 2 outlines in detail all of the issues that had been found in that particular year, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out. But in that, so note above that, we talk about a going concern is that the company is really dependent on council funding, and the idea that if we don't provide ongoing financial support to pay their debts as they fall due. Now, in this, all three of these attachments, a statement on, well, we had it in the last motion. Here's our annual statement. Here's where we sit with all the ratios. Are we solvent? Those kind of questions. I can't see anywhere here, like, are we, there's all environmental impacts in there, but should there be a statement on solvency broadly in these reports?
I will take that question on notice, but I will maybe make some comments. The report indicates that they are a going concern, which means they can continue to operate. In relation to your comment around what is the ongoing financial contribution by TRC to the entity, that's a discussion that I would now like to progress with the new board and really allow the board to get their head around what the current financial position and situation is with the Empire Theatre and really make a determination as to what the contribution from this organisation needs to be from an ongoing sense. We contribute a component, but they do and have reserves within their accounts, which allows them to continue, Tim, or Councillor Tim. And I think really for me, it's now how we finalise the work that we are doing, share that with the board and get clarity from the board around their sustainability model moving forward.
Thank you for that. Just one more if I could. I'll stay on attachment 2, the auditor's independent declaration, which is, what, page 5? Different one at the top. Anyway, it just talks about no conventions of any applicable code of professional conduct in relation to the audit. But there's the big part on section 2 that we've talked about that talks about the fraud. Is there any... Has the auditor done the job they've been asked to do here?
I think it would be best that I probably don't respond to that. I think that would be a question for the Auditor General. The Auditor General has signed off on the audited accounts. Having met with Rachel, I know that she takes her role extremely seriously, and I might leave it at that.
Thank you.
Now, is there any other questions, councillors? If not, we have a mover of the motion, which is the council note certified financial statements for Empire Theatres Pty Ltd, moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Are those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Item 12.2, councillors, then is the annual financial statements for the Empire Theatres Foundation, Pty Ltd, 2023, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. The motion is that council note the certified financial statements for Empire Theatres Foundation. Someone move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to item number 13, which is matters for which notice has been given and there's been nothing advised at this stage, and therefore there won't be. However, item number 14 is the opportunity for any general business. It's referred to in many circles of these similar meetings. This is called any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda papers. Is there any general business today? If not, we move to item number 15, councillors, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. And there's item 16.1, which is the confidential Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise Control Entity Model. And the reason for closing of that, for that particular item, is the report concerns negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving council, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government, of Local Government Regulation 2012. Item number 16.2, which we discussed in confidential, is a request for sponsorship, the Chronicle Garden Competition 2026. The same reasons for closing are the same as item 16.1. And the third item is item 16.3, which is in confidential, which was the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. And it is very similar, other than it talks about the report concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore it is recommended that meeting be closed to the public with the same reasons as the previous two items. So therefore, councillors, a motion to close the meeting. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just a question about item 16.1 as to, I'm very curious as to why this really needs to be in a confidential or a closed meeting. And I note the reasons there, but to me, I believe that it needs to be in an open meeting for discussion.
I'll refer that to the CEO.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Minister. I think as the Mayor has indicated in his reasons in why, there are discussions that we want to have that probably should be done in confidential to determine the arrangements that we will land with this discussion and the controlled entity model. I feel that that's probably best done within a confidential setting rather than in the public domain due to some of the implications that may come from whatever decision this chamber makes.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, I actually have a question in regard to 16.2, the request for sponsorship, the Chronicle Garden Competition for 2026, and noting the reasons to close it and seeing the contents. I'm just thinking to last year, the discussion that we had on this, some of it was in confidential and some of it was in an open session. And it's probably too late at this point because it's so intertwined. But given that the principle that we're supposed to work within is that transparency, then if we can work to have reports that separate out the confidential aspects with financials and then have the body of the report, I think that that would be an approach that's in keeping with the principles of local government. So I raise that as well, Mayor.
Thanks very much.
But I do also acknowledge that we are where we are, and so I will move that we go into confidential if there's no further questions.
Moved by Councillor Rebecca to go into close. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Those against? Would like your vote recorded, Councillor Melissa? Okay, the motion is carried, so we'll close the meeting. Thank you. We're back online. The motion there before us, councillors, is that one, this is in regard to Toowoomba Rat Basin Enterprise Control Entity Model. The Council, one, agreed to dissolve the current control entity model between Council and Toowoomba Rat Basin Enterprise, TSBE, as per TSBE's request. Two, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to continue dialogue with TSBE to implement an orderly transition to an independent structure and take necessary steps to support this. And three, continue the financial contribution to TSBE for the 26-27 financial year as per option 2 in the confidential report, and consider future funding agreements through the 2027-2028 budget process. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Those against? Like your vote recorded, Councillor Melissa? Vote recorded. Thank you. All right. Thank you, councillors. Propose that at this juncture we potentially could call for a motion to adjourn the meeting and return at 12:50. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconder. Councillor James, those in favour. Motion's carried. Thank you. Councillors, we are back online. We will resume the meeting. The first item is to actually close the meeting. So could I ask someone to move to close? Close. Councillor James, Councillor Rebecca, those in favour? Motion's carried. So we'll close the meeting. This will be for 16.2. Motion to go out of close. We're now in open. The motion is there before us, which is simply that Council approves sponsorship of the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition for 2026 to the value of $40,000, comprising $28,000 cash and $12,000 in kind. 2, Council sponsorship is conditional on the Toowoomba Chronicle providing full administration of the competition and a single point of contact for competition entrants. And 3, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate and execute a sponsorship agreement between Council and Queensland Newspapers, Pty Ltd, for the Chronicle Garden Competition 2026. 4, the in-kind support consists of A, traffic and bus management signage up to $3,000 in kind for temporary traffic signage, e.g. bus parking, no standing, at Grand Champion and Reserve Champion garden locations where site conditions warrant treatment. B, coach group support, $6,000 in kind, delivered through existing TCOF contractor capacity. And C, event visitor information distribution, $3,000 in kind for distribution of the Chronicle Garden Competition guide at 3 TCOF locations. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor James, seconder, Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much. So, Sal, before we do go into close, can I ask if you require to go into closed?
Mayor, I don't require to go into close. I don't have anything additional to raise.
Okay, councillors, therefore, your report, we can go to the motion for that. Thanks. Oh, sorry, Kate, thank you very much. Paul, thank you, Nick. Thanks very much for that. So the motion, which will be in your board books, which is that that council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Have someone move? Councillor Bill, Councillor Beck, those in favour? Motion's carried. Just noting Councillor Edwina out of the room, thank you. So councillors, we move now to item 17.1, or 17, and 17.1, which is Planning and Development Group Report, and invite GM Ed to come forward. Thank you, Ed. This is for March. Thank you. Welcome back, Ed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'm pleased to table the Planning and Development Group report for March of 2026 and take the report as read. Happy to take any questions, but before I do, if I may, Mr Mayor, I'll note that the planning team actually won the Planning Institute of Australia Queensland Award for showcasing a day in the life of a young planner, which was a social media competition. So congratulations to the young planners in the team for picking up that. And they're off to Cairns for the conference for that as well. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks you, Ed. Pass on our congratulations to the team as well. It was very well done, I thought. And, gives an insight into what the planner does. Council, so thank you. Questions, councillors, for GM Ed? Any questions? I think if I could just make a comment, Ed, your report is very wholesome, works through each directorate, and there's some really important information in regard to benchmarking ourselves against other councils in regard to the process of development approvals and assessments. And I appreciate that information, as councillors would, and the way and manner in which you are not afraid to benchmark ourselves against others, even if there is areas for improvement, which is great. So I do appreciate that, Ed. With that said, the motion before us is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks very much, Ed. We move then to the Water and Waste Services Group report, and welcome Jake Passier. Welcome, Jake. You've had a reasonably quiet day today, Jake, till now, so looking forward to your introduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. It's also my pleasure to present the group report for Water and Waste Services for the month of April 2026, or in April for the month that was March. Unfortunately, we haven't registered or won any social media competitions in Water and Waste Services, but the team certainly has been working very hard in ensuring that we deliver the best possible product that we can to our community and working hard on some minor capital works and renewal programs. And happy to take the report as read, but answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Jake, for the GM Jake for the report. Just on attachment 2, the Cresbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project dashboard, bottom right, it's talking about work commencing on in preparation for the installation of the site office and the earthworks having been done. And just to say that I know that this was submitted a couple of weeks ago now, but the Mayor and I, when we were out there on Friday, that site office is well and truly up, and it's really exciting that we're so close now to shovels in the ground, and you can actually see that on site. And there's a part of me actually that thinks, you know, we've spent so much time out there and we all know that dam so well, but it's going to change a lot really soon, and what we see now is going to be very different to what we see very shortly. So just commend that, and if there's no further questions, I'm happy to move.
Thanks. Seconder, do you have a second? Thank you, Councillor Gary. Question. You had a question, Tim, did you?
Yes, please, Chair. Good afternoon.
On the books, yep.
Jake, in your report, attachment 1, the group report, or the last page of the waste diversion graph, I found interesting that we have an overall state target of around 65%, and our curbside, we're sitting at about 28-30% on a good day. So are we going to be, what are your plans to get the blue line in line with the red dotted line?
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Very interesting question, and I think from our perspective, we're working, we have a new, well, she's not new anymore, but we've engaged an education officer. So we have an education officer who is working at the moment focused on the waste strategy and working with the team to understand how best to communicate that and educate our community about our waste strategy. So whilst there has been some additional time in order to align our strategy with the Queensland waste strategy, and we'll have that to Council hopefully in July, all things considered. We will be working very closely with the community, and that's the intention. Education is the key here, about making sure that the community is aware of what happens when you lift the lid on the red bin and whatever you put in that red bin, where that goes. And in our community, it goes directly to landfill. And so working with our community to understand where to put things, how to make sure that, first of all, things don't go in the bin in the first place. And if they do have to go in the bin, they go into the yellow bin, or in fact into a green bin if it's green waste, and those sort of bits and pieces, to ensure that our community understands and knows what is, and they want to do the right thing. All of our community wants to do the right thing every day. So it's just education. It's about, and for those around the table I know who have children, working closely with the next generation is one of those key secrets. And we're looking to use the same approach that our community used when faced with drought. We know that when we work with that younger generation, we provide the information to our community comes on board in droves and works with us to achieve the result. So for every tonne of waste that goes into the ground, that's an extra tonne that we pay a waste levy on to the state government. So every kilogram, every gram of waste that doesn't need to be buried saves the ratepayer, saves our council money, and allows us to divert those resources into other more important services that our community would get much greater benefit from. So hopefully that's a long answer to your question, Councillor Tim, but education
Work
is key.
in progress. Do you have, as a question on notice, how do we benchmark against other councils in 30% curbside collection?
So as far as benchmarking goes, I'll get the answer specifically and come back to you. But in general terms, it is quite complex. So you see different communities have different approaches, and a lot of that is geographically based. So councils to the west of us tend to have a little bit more of an opportunity or less diversion, whereas those councils or council areas, certainly those in northern Queensland and those in with a more environmental focus or closer to the reef, those sort of bits and pieces do have a greater success at greater diversion. But again, it's all about community circumstance. It's all about understanding and education.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, Councillor Trevor, question?
Thanks, Mayor. Following on about young people and youth, we recently had a secondary school leaders get-together conference and was centred on waste. The table I was sitting at, a lot of public schools don't have yellow bins. They have the red bins, they're scattered everywhere, but they don't seem to have a yellow bin. Can you follow through with that to see whether you can encourage state schools, whether they be primary or secondary, to maybe get them into those facilities to help us out?
Absolutely, Councillor Trevor. All of the outcomes and actions that have come out of that session are being followed up and put through. And I do believe that the Mayor, if he hasn't signed it already, there may be a letter that's being sent to the Education Department requesting that they consider that. He may have already signed it. I don't want to put the Mayor on the spot. There's a number of correspondence that goes through his office, and if it hasn't gone through his office yet, it will be going through very shortly.
Thank you. That's great news.
Very good. Good outcome, actually, from that bit of feedback. So we've got a mover of Councillor Rebecca, second of Councillor Gary. Question?
Comment.
Comment? Okay, comment.
Just in relation to Councillor Trevor's points there, and Councillor Tim's, which is to say my long-held chestnut about, and I understand the separation of departments with the bins in our parks, but there is more that we can do as well in recycling in our park facilities. So to keep that in mind as well for us councillors. And yes, Chair, very happy to move.
Okay, any need to go into debate? If not, the motion before us is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Jake. Thank you very much. We then move to item 17.3, Infrastructure Services Group, and welcome to Acting GM, Marie Gales. Welcome to you, Marie. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon. This is the Infrastructure Services Group report for the month of March. Welcome to you, Marie. First, is this your first group report?
It is my first, yes.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm pleased to table the March report of the Infrastructure Services Group and take it as read. Any questions? Happy to answer them.
Thanks very much, Marie. Very efficiently done. Any questions, councillors? No questions. Okay, the motion before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. I have a mover for that motion. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. There you go. That's a good result. Well done, Marie. Good on you. What you're suggesting is make particular note of that, Marie. That's good. That's a good outcome. We then move to Environment and Community Services Group report, and welcome back GM Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The group report for Environment and Community Services is included in your agenda papers. Happy to take your questions. I did have someone notice from Councillor Trevor.
Councillor Trevor, you have a question?
Thank you, and thank you, GM Nick. I notice you've mentioned in your report regarding circular communities at Torrington, but just following up, can you please give us an update on the current status of circular communities? Are they still testing? How long will the tests go for? And what happens if this plant, they can't or don't comply with the current regulations or standards we've set out? What happens then? So it's a three-phase question.
Triple banger, that one.
Three-phase.
There you go. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Trevor. I appreciate the heads up on these ones. And it's probably a good opportunity to try and clarify some misunderstandings on this one that seem to be circulating. So that particular business, Circular Communities Australia, holds a current development approval and environmental authority to conduct plastics manufacturing and recycling. However, an enforcement order remains in place requiring compliance with the existing approval conditions. So whilst processing activities are stopped, testing of improvements to address the previous noise and odour impacts continue while council officers are until council officers are fully satisfied that compliance has been achieved and there will be no future nuisance impacts. There's no fixed time frame for that compliance attached to that process. as recommencement is contingent on their demonstrated compliance with approvals and legislation. Should compliance not be achieved, further regulatory engagement with the operator would be required to determine a suitable and sustainable way forward, which I wouldn't be able to comment on at this point.
Thank you. I've had people contact me saying they're still operating at night. I would wonder why they would operate at night if they're just trying to get their machines operating correctly with less noise, less odour. Can we do some spot checks, and how often do we do spot checks there to see that they're operating under the guidelines set out at the moment?
Thanks. Yeah, it's a reasonable observation. Their development approval does allow them to operate into the evening. The noise emission conditions alter after, I think it's 6 p.m. at night, but don't hold me to that. It could be a different time. In terms of, I guess, why they're choosing to do that at night and rather than during the day is probably a question for them. But now that you've brought it to our attention, I'll just have a conversation with that regulatory area around our attendance and continued observation.
Because it seems weird, because you would think out of hours they'd be paying extra dollars per hour for staff to work there and do whatever they do. But yeah, I'd like you to follow up on that to make sure that they are sticking with the rules and parameters that we've set out and not maybe producing. Anyway, I'll leave that one up to you. And obviously I'll touch base next month at the ordinary. But if anything comes to light, can you advise all the residents and us as well?
Absolutely, happy to.
Thanks very much, Councillor Trevor. Thank you, Nick, for that answer. Any other questions? Another one? Thank you. Well, actually, I might go to Edwina first, and then we'll come back. Share it round.
Share it around. Sorry, Nick, this is without notice, but just looking at the events and public place activity applications with Local Law 114, I think it's attachment 2. I just note Ride West is coming up this Friday. They ride into Toowoomba all the way out to Longreach. But I've just received some feedback from people in the organising committee saying that they're working across a number of different councils and we are still one of the hardest to deal with. I've asked them to put that into writing and to send that through to us in relation to the event and where we can potentially work better in relation to our neighbours that they drive, because they ride from Brisbane all the way out to Longreach. There's a number of councils that they seek a similar application from. And my question to you is, for those events that roll over every year, I know we're looking at simplifying the process and making the application easier for them if we've approved it in a former year because the same event is happening again. Where are we at with that?
That work's ongoing. A large part of the answer resides in a technology fix, but not all of the answer in that. So we certainly are using that pre-submitted or pre-existing information from previous approvals. And I acknowledge the difficulty that they've been having and welcome that feedback that they might be able to provide to us. I think as you look through the list though, however, there are some pretty quick turnarounds in some of those applications that have been received. So whilst it's holding true for some that the experience isn't improving as much as we like, I think in other areas we are making some ground. So some of that comes back to being able to access that previous application information and apply it to the new approvals.
Thank you. And just looking at that, the second one there, Oz Cycling National Downhill Series, dated, that was the 9th of April. I didn't even know that was on. So what was that part of as far as a national cycling series, out of curiosity?
I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor. I don't have visibility of what that event
not
was.
A huge one.
It was only a couple of weeks ago. It was big.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
okay, I've just been in my little...
One of our riders won.
Rabbit hole.
One of our riders won their division.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Pardon my ignorance, sorry.
It'll come to us. It'll end up in Sports Starting Down somewhere along the line, I reckon. Trevor, back to you.
Thanks, Mayor. To you, Nick. Can you just give us an update on the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery after its unfortunate closure end of last year? Where are we at with the gallery?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Look, I can only provide a brief update, but yes, we've been closed since mid-November last year following the significant storm-related water ingress. We've completed some of the urgent works that are required, but we're now undertaking some longer-term sustainability planning for improvements and upgrades that would ensure that those events don't occur again in the future. That work's progressing well. I've started to see some drafts and some of the outcomes start to filter through, and I hope to be in a position in the next month to be able to sort of speak more authoritatively about that.
Okay, so that'll come back to us as an info session type of thing, or?
Potentially, I guess it depends on the level of decision that's required and where it sits. I need to see it all in a consolidated state yet before I know how we'll handle that, but quite likely it'll need to come to council for your awareness at least and feedback around potential options.
Thank you, because I look forward to that because we need to get that building up and running again somehow, quicker rather than later.
Thanks, Trevor. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. And on that, Nick, I think we're all probably having a lot of comment and queries around that. Could we put something, continue to keep putting something out about that? Because there's been nothing publicly for quite some time. And we'll go through what we're thinking along ballpark thing was probably August, was it? Was that what I heard, or am I imagining that? But I think just if we could get on the front foot and just put some stuff in there saying that works are still continuing and the work, and you know, it was quite extensive, the damage and whatever else, and we're endeavouring to get back to open as soon as we can, just something like that. I think keeping everyone informed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I think our last update was probably February or something like that, so yeah.
Yeah, no, Brendan's in the room, so he's nodding in a up and down motion, so that's affirmative. Very good. Any other questions, councillors, for Environment Community Services Group Report? If not, the motion before us is that the Environment Community Group for Environment and Community Services Group Report be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, Nick. We then move, councillors, to item 17.5, which is the Corporate Services Group Report for the month of March. Welcome back to Anne-Marie, GM. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm happy to take the report as read. There's a couple of good news stories in there, and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Questions? Any questions, councillors, in regard to that? Councillor James, you're happy to move it? Okay, well done, Anne-Marie. Thank you. The motion before us is that the Corporate Services Group Report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillors, we move to item 18, which is actually the closure of the meeting. And at 2:07, we declare the meeting closed, and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.